Hello everyone and welcome to the stream. Let me know if the audio levels and all that are right. Although if you're watching this on YouTube, there isn't really anything you could do about it, so I guess sit back and relax. So in this stream, I'm going to be working on Budgie Menu. More specifically, I'm going to be working on a subsection of the rewritten Budgie Menu that will provide access to your home directory, music, pictures, videos, documents, all in one place. So you can click on it and it would open up your respective file manager, or really technically speaking, anything that handles the inode directory MIME type. So this is based off of a lot of amazing work that Eben Yeager, aka Evan Maddock, did in rewriting Budgie. Budgie Menu. God, imagine rewriting Budgie. And the purpose of this, as you can see in the bottom, and I know it's a bit small, but the idea is you now have access to your user here. Quick access. I added these two little things here to Budgie desktop settings. So clicking on that will open up Budgie desktop settings. And then over here, you have your system settings. So you quickly gain access to that. You don't have to type it in the menu anymore. And when you click on this dialog here, it doesn't show anything yet in the bottom, but basically, so it has my avatar and it has my name. And when you click on that, it would show any of your current XDG directories, which are directories defined in a free desktop specification for things like your home directory and music and all that. But he worked on this, which is this sort of dialog. It actually pulls up on the right-hand side in his pull request. I only have it on the left-hand side because I'm working on this sort of overlay menu, like generalizing the work that he did and making it so we could use the same menu for both things. So that's why it's on the left-hand side. If you were to click on the power menu, when this lands, it'll be on the right-hand side. And if you click on, say, your name on the left-hand side, it would show this with your directories. And this provides access to the all the functionality that you have in the user indicator, which is the dedicated applet for this. And that isn't going to go away. So if you really want to use that, or you use an alternative menu implementation, you still will have access to that. But the idea is to shift everything, or shift more towards this Budgie menu driven functionality and less dedicated applets for that kind of stuff. So, and then we could curate the user experience even further beyond this, but this is sort of the initial stage that we want to go with. So for this, what I did is I implemented a new piece of functionality in our daemon, in our Budgie daemon, called the XDG Dir tracker. And it's exactly as the name suggests. So we have a bunch of different directories that we look for, like your download, music, picture, video, documents, desktop. And we will basically notify everything on the system that listens to this specific path and inform, okay, here are the directories that exist, here are the directories that don't exist, and so on. At least that's the idea. And this is all within the daemon, because the whole idea going forward with Budgie 11 is for it to be this clear separation between the data and the presentation. And I'm gonna take a sip of water. So the whole premise between the data and presentation is having the separation between those layers, so we're able to, say, for example, rewrite our graphical components in a multitude of toolkits if we really wanted, or being the fact that Budgie 11 is going to be more of a platform than a product, as I've informed people on many occasions. What that theoretically means is you could just ignore all the Budgie graphical components like Raven, the panel, Budgie menu, and so on, and write your own desktop on top of Budgie 11 in all of our daemon. And that's the idea behind it. So yeah, and we'll see how that pans out, but the idea is to provide that nth degree of flexibility. So we're really trying to push towards that, even with Budgie 10 and using Budgie 10 as sort of a playground for these ideas. So that is why things like the notification server were refactored and moved into the daemon, and why this XDG Directory tracker is also in the daemon as well, because that also means you don't have to have 20 different implementations of the same thing, which is tracking, you know, your home directory. Well, tracking is a loose thing, but it's a file monitor that then checks if specific directories exist and then notifies if they do. So yeah, what I'm going to be working on today, since I've already implemented the daemon side of things, and at the very least I know it works, is I'm going to be working on the graphical component of that. So the first thing I want to do is like something very boring, which is iterate over these user directories. And to be quite honest, I haven't written Vala in a while, so I might do some like very amateurish Vala things. Yeah, because I really need to write more Vala, and hello. But I've just been too busy with other aspects of development. Yeah, so it should just be a for each. So we're already doing that here. So basically, we have this overlay menu, and we basically iterate over our predefined hash map. So what we do is, when we first build out this overlay menu down here, right here, so you can't see it here because it's a different box, but also I don't even think I'm actually running this particular build, is we will generate a hash table with the user directory and then a dedicated menu item. And this menu item is what will hold all the different like desktop and actually I just noticed this should not be like this. It should be like this. So these are translatable. And then this, we'll go ahead and chop these off here and then re-add them there. So basically we generate these and then we add all of them to our dedicated like folder box, which is similar to this, but just a dedicated box, and then we could dynamically show and hide them based off what we have. So that way we're not rebuilding these menu items. And yeah. What programming languages do you code in? So I code in C to some degree. I've written like native C applications at the very least, like with Kodo, and a little bit of Budgie stuff in C, not a whole lot. And the reason for why I typically avoid like GTK stuff in C is G-object / glib kind of isn't fun to work with in C world. Vala, though, like I mentioned, I'm quite rusty with Vala. Another one that I learned, although I'm not like particularly good at it, and I'm gonna need to take a refresher on it before we start building out components of Budgie 11 in Rust, is Rust. But I at least went through the entire handbook in a couple streams, so we did that a while ago. But in terms of what I do for my day-to-day work, it's full stack development, particularly with TypeScript, React, Sass, Golang, Node.js, that sort of thing. So that's what I typically do on a day-to-day basis, is full stack development. And yeah, I mean, I know a little bit of Python as well, but not too much. But yeah, okay, so let's go ahead and, so we iterate over these. I don't know if they're, let's see. I'm gonna turn down the music a little bit. Okay, and then we're building out our normal like lock menus and all that, and we're putting them in this menu items. Do you have plans to move to the EFL library? Yes. That is something that was mentioned a long time ago, and is still the plan. But I think people make a bigger deal out of it than like what it actually is, because with the separation of the data layer and the presentation layer like isn't that important. If you think about it in the context of Budgie itself, like Budgie actually has quite a simple user experience. Like if we were to take a look at, say, let me do this. Why is my, excuse me, can my normal keys? There we go. We took a look at Raven, right? So Raven, in principle, is just a couple buttons here, right? This is like a button group, but in reality, it's just a couple buttons to switch. We have a calendar widget, which this will change, like in Budgie 11. I want to have more of a planner kind of design to it. We have a box with some text, some icons, some sliders, some more buttons. Like it's very, very basic user interface components. And same with Budgie Menu itself, right? We have a search box, which is just a text input. And then, you know, we have a couple lists here. So, see, nice. I liked Budgie in the past during my times. I walled walk in. I'm not sure what you mean. I walled walk in again in the future. Are you saying that? Yeah, I don't know what you mean about that. Sorry. Let's see. Yeah, so the idea with this menu is we'll have these menus, these boxes basically in a stack, and we'll switch between them in a stack. And the reason why I'm doing that instead of having multiple different overlay menus is I noticed during my testing of this, with a different form of an implementation, mind you, was that GDK3 at the very least does not like you removing and adding these sort of parent widgets that regularly. So I'm trying to avoid any of that because it makes GDK very unhappy. Let's see. Try again in the future. Yeah, fair enough. I know a lot of people are interested in using Budgie when it supports Wayland, which will be like we're not designing Budgie in a way that relies on any X11 APIs for Budgie 11, and even for Budgie 10, we're trying to move away from any dedicated X11 APIs. So that doesn't mean Budgie 10 will support Wayland, but we are first and foremost focused on Wayland for Budgie 11, and like Budgie X11 is sort of like this fallback for Budgie 10 for Budgie 11 in the event that it can't support, like the hardware can't support it. Right. So are we adding this folder? This dot add, is this, what is our type here? A revealer, right? So really we want to add the stack. We want to add this dot stack. Let's actually move this off to the side because I can't for the life of me remember the, I'll zoom in on here in a sec. The APIs for this. It's just add. We'll do add named. Because then we can switch by the name of it. So we'll do XDG. And then it'll be this dot folder items. And then we'll do this dot stack dot add. Add named. It's gonna be power. And it'll be this dot menu items, which itself I kind of want to change the name of. Did I already do that up here? So we have folder items and then we have power menu items, right? So I've already changed the name up there. So let's do that here. So the power menu, there we go. Okay. So that'll be renamed to be more accurate. And then we need to add the stack itself. So we set up the menu events. Oh man, I'm so used to like when I'm doing full stack development, as an example, just right clicking in like go to reference, but I can't seem to do that with the Vala stuff. Right, so this is just setting up all the bindings. Sure. Let's see. am I automatically, so I am doing a signal connect on click with this. Oh yeah, that was another thing, is you can't really bind data. So I was trying to figure out what the primitive is for this. So we do a signal connect on val, which is, or should that be val? Yes, because we're doing set data, and then we're trying to we were gonna do a get data, I think, but the problem I was having was yeah. This is why I'm not really a fan of Vala in this case, but this is actually simpler in CLAN to do. But let us go ahead and just make sure that, let's see, so this is all of our normal power stuff. I don't actually need to, we could just do this. We actually are, we have it open here as well, there. And then this can be the dbus implementation here. Which actually, let's close this. Okay. So we need a function for switching between the stacks, I think, because I believe it's private. Yes, I made them private variables. Yeah, let's do this. So we're going to have a public function, which is going to be the set visible, I guess, is what we'll call it. Call it something boring. So we'll have a public void set visible. And it's going to be viz string. And we're going to do this dot stack dot set visible child name. Do this. So the idea for our menu, where is it? Probably Budgie Menu window here. We have overlay menu. Yeah. So we add the overlay with the overlay menu. And then when we click on the power button, so this is for closing. This dot button press event. Yeah. Then it calls reset to hide the menu. Okay, let's check all the other mentions of it. Oh wait, no, actually this is the power. So we do open session menu is the function for it. Open session menu. We're going to do viz string. We'll change the name. So we'll do open overlay menu. And we're going to change this to open overlay. And then before we show it, we need to do this dot overlay menu dot set visible. Which actually, this might conflict with, yeah, let's do set visible menu. And it's going to be viz string. So when we do find on here, click that, and it's going to be power. I have no idea if any of this is going to work, if we're going to get segfault. And in fact, it might even be quite possible that we'll just get kicked out of our session entirely, which has happened sometimes. But let's do a build. Yeah, so power menu's needed, but it's missing because we changed it. So we need to make sure our Meson build is updated to have overlay menus. So it needs to sort out the Meson stuff again. As predicted, it's not liking this. Might actually be freaking out here. So missing return type on power menu because it's not power menu anymore. It's overlay menus. Let's just try again. I'm gonna brute force it error by error. This shouldn't be freaking out either. I don't think I changed that to be strings. Oh, yeah. I see what's going on there with the hash table. It was gonna be... Yeah. There. So now it's just complaining about... Oh, it's still complaining about these. Type viz cannot be... Oh, is it freaking type first? And yeah. String. This shows how much I code Vola at this point, doesn't it? String. Yeah. Brute force. Overlay. Now it's complaining about unknown string to add named. Does the name have to be second? Yes. Okay, that is kind of dumb. So we'll just do XDG power. Delete this and delete this. Power menu items does not exist in this context. Oh, because it changed this. Yeah. Define and replace kind of messed with me there. Yeah, it's complaining about the set data stuff. This dot session does not exist. Did I rename that as well? This dot session is yielding for session manager. I don't think I changed the name of it. Maybe I did. I have login D. I could always do a git diff on it, I guess. So before it was session. Oh, it did accidentally get deleted, I think. Yeah, it's complaining about that and then some generic type nonsense. Let's close all this. All right, so it's complaining about line 58. So it's these. It's our insert, missing generic type arguments. So we have our user indicator, and then we have our menu item. Let's double check our hash table function here. me zoom in. Is it just set, not insert? Into a generic set, right? Yeah. Right, it's expecting v to be, I think, a generic value. Set owned. We'll try using set instead. I'm not gonna cast it as owned yet. See how this goes. Using generic type arguments. Yeah, I don't have this. I don't think I have the Streamlab spot stuff anymore. No. So we have. Oh, I guess. Was the type not defined up here? Where was it? User directory buttons. No. Try this maybe. Okay, that seems to have fixed all those errors. Okay. Now it's the cannot convert. Yeah, it needs this to a delegate glib callback. Missing an argument for our signal connect. So we have this a void pointer string, the callback. Whatever that last is, let's check. glib signal posture check, yeah. It's probably as straight as it's gonna get. Void data. Oh, can we actually? I wish they would have like signal examples here. Maybe it's because we're just use signal. No, it is part of GObject. Okay. So we do. Up here. So value, and we're doing set data. So for each. Right, so we're setting a data user type of the name to the key. So we could just try doing this. Maybe? If we ignore this at all, comment that out, see what happens. Let's see. Argument 3, it wants it to be a glib callback. Cannot convert glib user directory to void pointer. Okay. So you have a callback. Because I don't think there is a way of doing it on the click function for the user button. Assuming it's actually, what's the type for this? GTK button. Like you can't really, well, let's see. I could try doing, let's see if they have it. glib object. We have get data and set data. So actually I could do that. Set data of user directory. And then instead of this, we'll have a normal function of just activate on the widget itself, which is actually going to be our menu item. Which is this. Just double check. Click to connect. I don't know if it passes the actual button though. Guess we'll find out. So we'll do item. And then here we're going to do val dot clicked dot connect. Well, I could maybe do val. Could I do it like here, this dot handle? Like this? Doesn't hurt to try. It'll probably fail. Yeah, it doesn't like... Oh, it wants a semicolon there. Okay. What now? Unknown to unknown. Really? Okay, well that error is fixed. Next, right. I think we are going to be converting CD bus. Oh, Control B. What did I just do? I have to save that. D bus. Davala. It was on line 97. Right. So that's user directory, which is accurate. And this should be... Surely that also should be a string. Oh, right. Were we wanting a string or were we wanting... we're gonna convert this back. Oh, I might have been converting it to a string because I don't think dbus is gonna like it being a... I don't think dbus is gonna like it being a non-string. I don't think it knows how to cast that user directory. But it might be fine because it's technically enum. And hey KP, long time no see. Alright, so that's technically built. I don't know if it's gonna crap itself, but we'll find out, I guess. Let's build it. And we're gonna replace Budgie Menu. It's not coming back. Error enumerating. Error opening. No such... Well, I mean, that shouldn't be a fatal. Well, let's see if that's a fatal when it shouldn't be. We'll share. Yeah. So if I do... We'll have to fix this in this app indexer if this is a problem. Desktop directories. Alright. Budgie Menu. It's not coming back. I don't know what to say. Yeah, seg faulting. GDB, Budgie Menu. Oh wait, I think it's GDB. Budgie Menu. Oh wait, it's like this. Does it need the full path? God, can I freaking... Oh. God, I hate GDB. Oh, it's because I typed budgie. Here, do this, man. Whatever. Enable debug info D. Sure. This is kind of cool. It automatically downloading debug info. First time I've seen something like that. This debug info D is pretty cool. Wow, does it have to download a lot of debug info though? I'm gonna guess it's like code. Well, we'll find out. Rerun it from the start. BT full. Yeah, no, I could already tell it's that GNT hash in the overlay menu. Okay. So it's this. Where is it? Oh no, it's overlay menu. Yeah, it's this int hash. So we'll do a hash table. Because I do not remember what types it supports for the hash functions. Yeah, so we do a new. So there's direct hash, int hash, str hash, but it isn't ghash table lookup node. Where is this defined? Int hash. There's int hash. I think that's why I was thinking about converting it to a string. But let me double check. Let me open up and do Walla doc here. I'm gonna do user directory. What's the type for it? It's enum. Do I have to take a look at the... Value 0. I could try direct hash and direct equal. I don't know if that's going to work. But it can't be any worse than its current situation, right? I mean, it came back. That still works. Okay, well, let's see if... So we go back to Budgie Menu window. Let's go ahead and click, let's go ahead and find where, so we have overlay menu, have our user indicator, which is our user button here. which we don't have anything set for yet, I don't think. I'm gonna do this dot user indicator, and it's probably just clicked dot connect. Now we'll do event. Only care about left clicks. Yeah, we'll copy all this, I guess. Could refactor this code, because I feel like there's going to be duplicated code. We'll do it this dot reset. Let's see, close on click if it is open. Oh right, this is to close it. False. Yeah, fair enough. So where is this used? Button press event. Nowhere? Okay. It's the only place to find. Fair enough. We'll just ignore that for now, I guess. So we have this dot power button here. Yeah, we'll go ahead and ignore this for now. This dot user indicator dot clicked dot connect. Turn that music up a little bit. See if the next song that it plays is going to be super loud, but we'll find out. All right, so if it is already showing, then this dot reset false. Else this dot, it's going to be open instead of overlay menu. Let's change the name of this to this. Yeah, it's a bit too loud now. Go figure. Okay. Change this to open power menu. We will have a private void open overlay menu though, because this will make all this happen. Like so. Private. Let's do this after. Private void open user menu. Oh, actually, no, this was correct. I'm just dumb. I'm gonna do open. We're gonna rename this back. Open overlay. Actually, I may as well just Control Z all this. So I already made that generalized. Yeah. So let's find where this is being used. Right here, it's power. Right here, it just needs to be. What do we have for it? I think XDG. Like so. Let's see what happens now. Probably a whole lot of nothing. We're gonna Control C. We're gonna do another replace. Open it up. Let's see. Okay, it actually shows the items. It's you know, broken. It's transparent when it's not supposed to be. But that works. Is it broken here? No. Interesting. Why is it? Oh, it must be some custom styling that's causing it to be broke, which is a bit unfortunate, but let's double check though. I think it's, aha, it's this. We were setting it on power menu items when really it should be set on the stack. So now if we rebuild, it should be all fine. Right. Did I install it? I did. Gonna restart it. Click on it. And it shows them. It shows all of them, however, I don't think it's dynamically changing. It's because we don't have any of the events hooked up. So, but at the very least it shows them. It's not sorted either. Just kind of odd. I guess it's because it's based on the direct hash. It's kind of annoying. I'm thinking here. Could add them there. Turn this down. All right, so I'm also thinking like, how do we do it where it respects the locale? I could make it a list and then sort it by the label of it or something. I don't think, is there a hash table like sort? Could get the keys as, I could get the values. That wouldn't fix it though, because it's not really it's not a list, so it's not going to dynamically change the position. So it needs to be a list box. And we just need to make it so it doesn't have any selection mode thing. Like you can't actually select the list item individually. So let's see about that. So instead of folder items being this, it's a normal box, it's going to be a list box. So let's update it here. I'm going to do this dot folder items. Activate on single click as false, and this dot folder dot selection mode. Selection mode should be a gdk dot selection mode dot none, because we don't want it to look like it's able to be selected or activated. There was a list box row as well. So if we check list box row, yeah. I don't think we need to do that though. So let's implement a new function, I guess. And I mean, technically speaking, okay, well, the labels will change based on the locale. Right? Does somebody here, chat, you could help me out. If you speak a language that isn't English, and your locale is currently set to something that is non-English, so your music directory would show as something that isn't the name music, right? Can you paste what your path to that is? Like /home/ Joshua /music is mine. Or yeah. Because I want to see if and also if it has any like strange characters or if it's not encoded that way. I hope any of that made sense. And I hope somebody does that for me so I can know how I need to set up these menu items. And really, these actually, they could be anything here. These don't need to be translated because they're just going to get replaced anyways with the locale version. In theory. Guess we'll find out. If not, it's trivial for me to add this back. That at the very least won't be dynamic. Well, actually, theoretically, it could be. But we need a sort function regardless. So we're gonna have private void I think. No, it's gonna be a private int sort XDG menu items. So the first one is list box. So GDK dot list box row. We'll do row 1. GDK dot list box row as row 2. And I don't think it is the content. I think we have to just cast it, right? Cast it as a given type. Or is it the child of the list box row? That's the question. So if you do a like prepend, it's the same as add on a container. Okay, so insert, we'll insert at any, and then select row. We're gonna go ahead and do a cast to menu item. Row 1 menu is equal to row 1 Okay, I'm guessing nobody here speaks any other language than English that happens to also use a system that is not English. That's what I'm getting from the silence. Right, so I don't know if that cast is going to work. Maybe it will. Let's see what public variables there are. Label text. We could do a sort by label text. We'll do return. Oh, it's some form of collating. Might actually be easier if I check the Budgie Menu list view itself. Collate. Yeah. So that's collating by name. Yeah, return row 1 menu dot the label. Label text. Row 1 label text collate with row 2 dot label text. Okay. That in theory should be our sort function all handled. So what we can do is up here do a this dot folder items, which I need to correct here as well. I speak other language, but use English on my setup. And apparently not on Linux. Yeah, fair enough. Set sort. We'll make sure it all works. Hopefully. Alright. So a set. So we'll do this. So first off, we'll make sure they use our locale sorting. Also, we want to make sure we can invalidate it. I don't know if there's a function. I think we generally just assume that the person's going to log out of their session and log back in. But I think that applications... No, actually, now that I think about it, I believe it is you need to log out and log back in, even for something like Nautilus, aka the file manager developed by GNOME. Where you need to log out and log back in, and then when you do that, it'll prompt you if you want to rename your folders. I think it's gonna be okay if we assume the same. If we just generate it here, I don't think anybody's gonna murder us for it. Now the question is, can we get the locale name for it, for a user directory? That's the question. So we could get the special dir, but can we get the special dir name? Yeah, so this will be the full path. Because, like, sure, you could get... Oh, actually, is it get... No, let's get real name of the user. That's all the system config directories. Which you could argue that we could use instead of scanning. But I need the file watcher anyways for that, so it's easier just for me to build this select list. But I really want to... Really? Is there not... Let's see. Is there anything that takes in user directory? No. Because we could get the special dir, but I don't know if that's going to include any special symbols. User directory. As opposed to the get special whatever it's called. Okay, so even this, like it says, depending on the platform, the user might be able to change the path of the special directory without requiring the session to start. glib will not reflect any change. So even if we wanted to care a lot about like dynamic locale generation changes, like changing in the menu label, glib isn't going to support it. So doesn't really matter. Okay, we are gonna just go ahead and get the last name and hope that it is properly encoded. And if it isn't, then we could, I don't know what we'll do about it then. Guess enable translations, and but then it'll fall back to English, and then that doesn't help anybody. Okay. So it's gonna be glib path, and then it's gonna be getting the base name of the, yeah, okay. So we're gonna do, so for each of the buttons, we set the value, but while we're doing that, we're gonna do, let's see, unowned string dir is equal to environment dot get user special dir eval, and then we'll do if dir not equal null. So if we got the directory, then we're going to do string base name. But just do string base is equal to path.get base name on the directory. So that'll get the name of the folder. And then we are going to do val dot, or is val the, oh, so this actually needs to be keyed. And then this is going to be val dot label text. Yeah, val dot label text. Label text is equal to dir base. Yeah. And that should automatically do the sorting for us. Although it's doing it here instead. Right? Oh, no, it's because we're doing the add here. So if we go to our list box and then we do, so we have prepend. I think just insert would be fine. Insert, I think what, -1. It doesn't really matter. Add each of the menu items. Yeah. That should sort it, both in the context of fixing it and in the context of, yeah, so, oh, right, that wasn't being casted. It's row 2 menu. Null does not exist. I don't think it's 2. No. Or is it just null? No, I don't think it's even null lowercase. Oh shit, it is null lowercase. Oh god. All these damn programming languages. This should be insert. Having upper and lowercase nulls and being different. That did not feel like I typed the password incorrectly, but evidently I did. All right, let's see. It is failing to cast, which means it's actually, I think, the child of it. Of the list box row. Alright, looks like get child. Or is that the container? It's only one child, so... Or is it this? Dot child? Let's find out. Dot child. It's write only. Oh yeah, I guess it is only a set. So it's not get... I don't want... Oh, it's just get child. Okay. Get child. Or null if it does not contain. Let's do a if row 1 menu equals null or row 2 is null. Turn 0. Let's see if this works. Okay. Now if we click it, it's not sorting. Collating string is not null. Set label search and text is not null. Why are we allowing it to be null here? And why is this null to begin with? Warning. Okay. Yeah, picture, download, blah, 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 blah. It's correct. And when we try to do label text, what if we just do... This is public new void? Oh, because it's like with the constructor, I guess. Eh? It does set label. And that's this. It's not null. So we do button label with set text of text. I do have a 4K screen, yeah. Yeah, it's yeah, just 4K 100% scaling. The reason why all this text is like so big is because I increased it like manually. Do you find it useful to watch more content, more info/content? I do. Yeah, I mean, obviously one thing is it's great for gaming, playing at 4K, higher resolution textures. Great for video content, watching or consumption for obvious reason, as 4K is higher quality in general. And then in terms of like when I have VS Code at my normal font size, the text is like quite small for most people. Like for my wife, when she sees like VS Code with the normal font size, it's like looking at like ants, right? But for me, it's fine. And it allows me to have like multiple projects open or have documentation more easily side by side, or even have like 3 windows open at the same time. And yeah, it's pretty great. And then I have like, well, I have monitor on my left hand side and then on my right hand side. So I have a setup page. I'm not gonna bother linking it because it's outdated. But it has at least like my monitor resolution, so a 4K, a 1080, and a 1600 by 900 one. But the rest of this is old info. The operating system, old info, so on and so forth. Because it says I'm on a Ryzen system. I'm not. I'm on an Intel i9 12900K. GPU is the same, so 1070 is able to handle like the 4K and 1080 and all that just fine. I have a new case, which is a Fractal Meshify, I think. Like the super, well, not the super, I think it's like the medium range. So I got the 2700X. Great for what I do for now. Yeah, I mean, for me, yeah, the Ryzen 7 1700 was good. I did notice it. I started to notice it during streaming though, and during some gameplay. Like I couldn't really stream video games, and I wanted to stream like World of Warcraft and ESO, but it would just end up being like kind of a juddery mess. So I haven't been able to. See on Josh Strobel's 4K screen, it's like I'm reading text written by hands. Yeah, I mean that's what I had mentioned. I do notice the CPU bottleneck in CS:GO. So why is it complaining? My RX 6700 XT doesn't do anything when playing CS:GO, right? Yeah. Yeah, for me, like this, my current GPU is fine. It was the CPU that was the bottleneck, so. Okay, so assertion text not equal null. What text is being received here? Text being received. Text. I feel like it's accidentally passing null, and then because we're then getting the label, it's then being reset to, it's just all sorts of mess. Let's find out. Budgie Menu. No, the text is accurate, so this shouldn't be null at this point though. Warning. Button. Label. Label is null? Question mark? Otherwise, it should be this. This should be fine. Let's see. Yeah, same here. Not gonna bother changing the CPU to play CS:GO 1 time a week. Once I need to use it more, then I will consider it. Exactly. Like for the wife, it's like she wants to do streaming of Elder Scrolls Online. Lots of video editing, so like a high-end CPU is exactly what I wanted to make sure she had, right? The best. And for me, it's like compilation, running lots of Docker containers for work stuff when I am working from home, and just general development things. Having the extra RAM, 32 gigs now instead of 16 helps as well. But so button label is null. So Interesting. So when we create a new menu item with the label text, we do a set label. Oh, but this is being set when we're doing set label here. So it's constructing it, which is yelling at us about it being null. So this isn't really, and we're only seeing it once, which means it's not happening again. So the text we are passing in is not null. This is not null. So this should be fine, which means is this label text being appropriately set? Oh, it isn't. We are setting the set text on this. Interesting. So really what we should be doing is instead of doing set label here, we should be doing label equals text to this. So that way it sets the private variable that we are then getting because it isn't here. And then we're doing set label. Although realistically, now that I think about it, this should actually just be the same. So have set label here and then set it here to make sure it's actually up to date. So that private variable, that private variable was null, which is what we were getting. Okay, so now if I click here, what? What? Excuse me? What the fuck? Invalid UTF-8 character string. So is that during the get? No, I think it's during the set text. Let's find out. After this message from our sponsor. There's no sponsor. Linus being our sponsor, yeah. The Linux Foundation. What the we do boop, and then it sets to, and it's a completely different string. What? Excuse me? Why is it? What? Why? String. Can I just see the native glib string thing, please? Is that too much? Take it the primitive type? Here, glib. String. Because I want to copy it. I feel like maybe that's the issue. Duplicate? Is that what dupe is supposed to be? Boop, and then we're gonna do not dupe. Boop, boop, not dupe. Or are you writing the code? The code is the programming language is called Vala. It is a language that was developed by the GNOME Foundation, and it basically compiles or transpiles down to C. So, all right. So if I do Budgie panel. What? Have you encountered this before, Fullman? Because I feel like it must be like some sort of pointer issue, but that's why I'm trying to duplicate it. So we do set label. So we do, okay, when is this happening? So we do name, downloads, boop, downloads, setting to this. Okay. So this should be fine, right? So maybe if we try this instead. Don't work with vol HDK. Alright. Sudo ninja. Okay, yeah, so it was like being deallocated sooner than it should have been. Not too shabby, okay. I don't like how this is. Probably can't tell because screen resolution, but it's gray. Yeah, I think this was like Vala transpiling it so it would get deallocated at a different point in time, and that's just speculation. Why is that? This is symbolic, right? Download symbolic. Why is it dark? I'm gonna guess it's just an issue with the icon theme now. All right, so now we click on it. Let's see what happens. Nice, opening /home Joshua documents. This is exactly what's supposed to happen. So that is under opening. So we're able to get the path, which means it's also passing in the item. I see an icon and I want display dark. Okay, next we just need to do the inode handling thingamajiggamabobber, which is... I have code for it in Budgie desktop view. Why am I like pondering the meaning of my life when I could just literally check? I think I could also just do it with glib file. Glib file. I could parse it by name and then just open. No. All right, let's check. Actually, I'm gonna do this off screen so I don't expose different projects. Budgie desktop view. And this, at least, is my own code. So I could just rip it and not care. It's going to be menu item, I think. So we have a file. Where is it? It's gonna be like open, I think. Emit launch. Which is launch. So we get the default context. With our launch context of, oh, that's for app info. Should just be normal file item though. I don't think it's, I mean, it's an inode directory handler, so probably just need to get that. It's been so long. Query the standard file info. It's not a desktop file. It's not gonna have app info. Button press is on button press, which will emit launch. Which will then emit launch on with false, being launch in terminal. We get the launch context with the default display. We set the screen to be the default screen. If we don't have any app info, we will then, oh, if we have app info, if it's a key file, all right. Okay. That's all that functionality. Otherwise, we just try to launch the file itself, I think. If app info is null, we do async. Let's see. I think it might be this here. Process async, we get the path, we get the environment. Standard out to dev null. Maybe? Oh, wait, no, actually it would be this. And we do query file handler. Yeah. And then we just try to do a launch with the file list being a new list with the string. Okay. Yeah. So let us open this onto this side. We have all this functionality. And we're going to do desktop. If you're wondering, hey, why don't you put this in like a private variable within the overlay menu and so on and so forth, so you don't have to query this all the time to get the default type for the inode directory. It's because I want to enable it so people could actually change their file manager and then automatically click on it. That's why I do it here as well. To get the inode directory. Or the handler for it. So you could change your file manager, click on, say, home, and it would open in like Nemo instead of Nautilus or something. We do need, actually we don't even need the file handler there. What we need to do is create our list URIs, and we need to do files dot end, and it's going to be our path, and then we're going to do app info dot launch URIs, and it's going to be our files with our launch context that we need to create as well. This could technically be, well, actually no, because the display might change as well. So this still needs to be as Let's see if this works. I do. Okay, so it does not know what display is. Fair enough. Because that is a GDK thing, I think. I think we're not doing, yeah, here. We could do this to clean all this code up. We could do use, and then anywhere we're using GDK dot. So we're going to do GDK dot replace. Do GTK dot replace, and glib dot. Okay, we're not actually using that anymore. Very nice. All right. Now let's see. Ninja does not understand what oh, right, because it is confused by GDK and glib. So our app launch context actually needs to be defined. App launch context is a glib launch context. Set screen. Oh, interesting. Is it actually a GDK launch context? Unhandled, right, so this needs to be try catch E warning failed to launch, failed to open this. I think it's 2 strings. Be path and then there. No. Let's double check this code. So it's under launch, which is here, error, and it's going to be e dot message. Okay. Right. So now if we restart Budgie Menu, we click on videos. Right. Cannot display operation not support for home Joshua videos. What? Slash home slash Joshua slash videos. Is it because of the... No, it shouldn't be because of the quote. Right? Never seen anyone using Vala before. How do you like it? It's okay. It's just what Budgie 10 is written in for now, so with Budgie 11 it'll be a mix of C and Rust. So I will say it's nicer to use if you have to deal with glib and gobject, but beyond that I wouldn't ever use it. So it's probably, I would say, the cleanest language to use for if you want strongly typed applications. So like with an actual compiler in front of it instead of an interpreter like Python. I would say it's the easiest way of doing GDK desktop and application development. Not that I think people should be developing GDK applications at this point. For the love of God, develop something in Qt or EFL or even Go Electron. Don't need to support the GNOME people any more than the Linux ecosystem already does. Do you use Rust on work or any project? Nope. Nope, but I really liked it when I was playing around with it is it back in November? So I had a lot of fun using that language, and their standard library is really, really good too. So like, I think bar none, it probably has the best, or one of the best standard libraries. I'd like to use it at work, but there isn't anything at work for me to use it on. Rust isn't really popular in the full stack development landscape. So, all right, so it was complaining about launching this. Let's double check the app info. glib app info must support URIs is true. Yeah, why is Nautilus complaining about that? Oh, you know what? I think it's because it needs to be file :/ plus path. I think it needs to be a file URI. That's why. That's probably why. So if we open up video now, it goes to video. So now if I then open up, say, desktop, it goes to desktop. You can see I have CurseForge here. So that all works. What we don't have is the dynamic hiding and showing of the menu items. So we need to implement that. So let's go ahead and clean up this error stuff now that we know this works. Make sure there isn't anywhere else. Let's do warning, danger, Will Robinson, danger. So we are able to, actually we're not able to get them just fine. We're predefining them. We have our XDG tracker here, which we are defining here. And then we have a this dot handle XDG DIRs changed. And then this is not yet defined. So what we need to do is make sure we update or dynamically hide our items. So how do we want to do that? I guess we could hide them all. And then Rust is fight with Go for web/networking. And Rust is popular for WASM. Yeah, it is true. It is popular with WebAssembly. I don't know if I've seen a lot of it in the context of web and, I mean, networking stuff in general, yes. I don't know about server backend stuff, though. I feel like the problem with Rust for a lot of web backend is the prototyping and iterative cycle of things like Go and Rust are a bit too slow, at least in the IT consultancy field. If you're doing product or service development where you don't have to worry about that as much, I could see it being useful. But I think most clients at this point typically go with, I mean, they don't generally care, but I would say it's mostly Node and Python are the two biggest ones I've seen. So, and also you have to think about it from the context of, like, if you're wanting to hire people for that sort of work, it's much easier and cheaper to find Node and Python developers. It's easier to on-ramp people to work on those languages. And at least the benefit of, like, and I say this as somebody that loves Go, like I have on my work laptop a Golang sticker. I typically rep the Golang t-shirt that I have. I love writing Go when it's a possibility, which is on at least one client project. But the fact is, when you're dealing with stuff like ORMs or some like graph-oriented APIs like GraphQL, it's just easier to do with Node. It kind of sucks that's the truth, but it is. At least that's my opinion. So maybe you could argue it's not an objective truth, but. All right, so what we're going to want to do is we have a list box. We can we do a for each? Can we iterate over the items? Maybe, maybe not. Set. I don't really want to create a list model for this. It gets a bit heavy-handed. It kind of sucks to deal with list models. So you create a list box, and then you have a function which takes in the object of an item from the model. You could maybe do... Oh, is there a hide all? I don't think there is. I was gonna say you could do a hide on all the items. No, I guess we could iterate over a hash table, and then let's see. So it's a user directory array. Array. I don't know if it's a glib array though. That's also a problem. So how do I want to do the invalidation? Because the idea is if you add an XDG directory, it'll trigger it. If the path of it changes, it'll trigger it. If you remove, say like videos, or desktop. I think desktop would be like more popular, right? You add or remove that. It'll hide the item respectively. So that's the end goal of what I'm trying to accomplish here, is we have our connector for whenever it changes. And then we would show or hide an item. Maybe list box is the wrong approach. It wouldn't be a GDK flow box, but because I don't think we can. Well, I mean, I guess maybe we could hide the list box row. Because surely it's just like a normal GDK widget. And it's actually a GDK bin as well, so we could hide. Yeah. And GDK bin is a child of the widget, so. Alright, so how do we want to iterate over this? We can iterate over our hash table. I think if we iterate over a hash table, it would make the most sense, because then we would iterate over. We'd have that item. It's the key. And check if it's endures. Let's try that. So we have our hash table somewhere. This dot user directory buttons. This dot user directory buttons. User directory buttons dot, was it for each? I'm just gonna copy this because lazy. It's dot for each. And then we need to check if. Oh, actually, you know what? Maybe I don't remember if this supports the keyword in. Let's do if key in val. No, if key endures. We'll make sure we do an explicit show on val.show all. Else. And technically it would be the parent of it, right? the widget. So it'd be get, I think it's just get parent. I want to double check get parent. Let's try this. That's going to be list box row val parent is equal to. Didn't mean to do that. Okay. Let's try this. Doubt it'll work. Cannot convert gdk.container to gdk list box row. Why is it considered to be a container? I could try casting it. Key endures, not dir. Okay, so we have all these, right? We have desktop, documents, downloads, blah, 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 blah. So if we, I'm going to copy this app image out. Actually, yeah, I guess I still need it. Oh, what's something else I could delete? I'm not really ready to delete. All right, whatever. Delete that. Okay. I'm going to move to trash. Gonna click here. It did not do anything. Show it. Didn't do anything. Okay. Let's see. Was this even triggered? Warning. Change triggered. And let's see. Checking key. I don't think it's gonna consider that. We'll just recompile, see if that signal's even being triggered. And I don't really need to see that. All right, so if we delete, add it back, no. Okay. Is it happening in our dbus bit here? So we get the proxy. Oh, is it even connecting? That's the question now. I mean, it's not emitting an error, so we emit on when we do an update XDGs. So we create a new one. We iterate over each of our supported directories. We get the user directory. We then get the special dir. If the path does not exist, we continue. We then get XDG. Oh, technically, I wonder if it's considered as still existing because it's not like it's being moved or something. New for file, if it exists. All right, we're gonna do this. If warning, checking path. Warning. Exists. Adding. Else. Warning. Does not exist. Okay. This is going to require us to have to restart the daemon, but that's fine. Stuff shouldn't explode because of it. Budgie daemon. Budgie daemon. All right. So now let's restart Budgie panel. Okay. We're going to delete desktop. I'm going to re-add it. So it says exists adding. So yeah, I think it still is considered as existing. If I do a delete and then I empty the trash, so it does not exist. Desktop does exist. I didn't mean to discard. Oh my god, I didn't mean to freaking open up my random S2 log. Yes, I wanted to, no, just fuck off. Fuck off, LibreOffice. Right, so delete it. It does not exist. Okay. Change triggered. I go here. Okay. Let us then do I could go ahead and hide all of them and then iterate over. I think I could iterate over the directories that we get. I don't feel like that would be as efficient. I'm gonna do something a little different though. I'm gonna do key. If the path doesn't exist, no, if the path is not equal to null. I know it's redundant code. I just want to see if by the time we're checking here, if it exists still. And we'll just ignore all the noise that we see. So we do desktop. Exists adding, exists adding, exists adding, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Delete. Does not exist. So we have it does not exist there. Okay. So maybe we can't do a hide on the parent. If we do a val.hide, let's see what happens then. So we know that all this is all correct, right? It could also be DIRs. It's just inaccurate. But regardless, we'll try this hide first instead. Okay, then delete desktop. Still exists. Okay, so warning going to show, warning going to hide. Going to show, going to show, going to show, going to hide. Does not exist, going to hide. It calls the hide functions, but it doesn't actually hide. Oh, you know what? I wonder if we're doing a show all, which is causing it. Show all. On menu? Budgie menu window. No, show. No, we just do base show here. Oh, that's for the wrong thing. You set visible child on the overlay menu. Okay. But this might be calling. Rust is also no it isn't. Let's chill. It's a fine language that has its use case. Let's not be calling anything cancer, okay? Let's see. Alright, this is being a bit silly. I'm gonna guess it has something to do with like some show all being triggered. So it's re-showing it. That's at least my guess. So where was it that we had it in Budgie menu here? We do view, set sensitive, set reveal child on the overlay menu. Let's see. When are we doing this overlay itself? So we do this. It's the only time we're adding and showing them. So it is a set reveal child. That's true. Is music starting to repeat itself? Let's skip this. Okay. I could do, so it does set visible, set reveal. I don't think that's going to dynamically hide or change any of them though. Yeah, I mean I will agree that the Rust evangelism is a bit much. You know, I don't consider it a feature that something is written in Rust. I could consider it some benefit if Rust is used correctly. Let's see. Yeah, sorry for a strong word. I meant it is spreading everywhere like one. Every stream there is somebody asking about Rust, every YouTube video. I'm afraid to open the refrigerator, causing somebody, yeah, cause somebody might jump out of it asking about Rust. It may be a good language, but its community is going too far. Yeah. But to be fair, I mean, is it a good sign that it's a good language though? Because people wouldn't be evangelizing it. Hold on, I feel sneeze. People wouldn't be evangelizing it if it was a bad language, right? So there's something to be had there. But I do agree it's a bit much and that people should take a chill pill a little bit with it. I do wonder if it's this list box thing. I don't want to like add and remove the items, so. Do prepend, invalidating sort. Oh, I guess, would it be considered a filter? Yeah, I guess which functions to show. Is there a function to explicitly request a filter? Why wouldn't I do that instead? Yeah, okay. what I could do is have a user directory array, so private user directory array of items to show, right? This is going to initially be a null. And then when we let's see. We could do hash table get keys. Hash table. Oh my god, can I spell hash table, please? Is this Java? No, this is Spala. I'm not personally a fan of oh, I guess it's a list. Yeah, okay, a list is fine. Unknown keys. Not particularly a fan of Java. I think if I was to write, not maybe Java itself, but say writing for Android or whatever, it'd probably be Kotlin. I've just heard better things about Kotlin over Java. I don't have any like specific reasons for it. Okay, so this needs to actually be a list of user directory of items to show. So after we do all this, we're going to do this dot items to show is going to be equal to our this dot user directory buttons dot get keys. What do you mean what? I'm just clarifying that like I'm personally not a fan of Java, so you're not going to ever see me write Java. And the use case for Java for me would be Android development. And if I was doing Android development, I wouldn't do it in Java. I'd probably do it in Kotlin. There is a clear logical thought process there. All right, so we need to set a filter function. So what we're going to do is have a filter XDG. Yeah, so we're going to have it like here, maybe private void. Oh, it technically needs to be a list. Couldn't hear Kotlin properly. Ah. Yeah, might be the... It could be a couple things. I have noise suppression, which is a thing. And also it could have been the music just being a bit loud. Let me know. I think sometimes when I speak off to the side, it like cuts off. But alright, so we have a list box function, which is a private bool. So it's gonna be a filter list box item, which is going to then be the list box row. And then for this, we would have the menu item, right? So we would have the child of it. So that would be menu item of, we'll just call it menu item, is equal to a cast menu item row dot get child. And then we need to get the user directory itself. So we're going to do user directory XDG dir, like we are here, like so. And then what we need to do is check if it is in this list. So this probably already has a glib list function for contains. No, not glist, glib list. Index. So we're going to do this dot items to show. this dot items to show dot index. I have used Budgie before. It had cool wallpapers and extension thingy. Yeah. What operating system did you use it under? Right, so found and then not found. So it'll be -1. So we need to do index of XDG dir is not equal to March. Oh. Filter. Okay. So what we can do now is we do although I don't think it's going to dynamically or do it during the first launch. Well, let's just deal with one problem at a time. Let's do a set on this. So I'm going to do folder items dot set filter function to be this dot filter list box item. And what we need to do instead is when we handle XDG dir change. Oh, I guess we need to convert this to a list from an array. So we need to do we need to empty it first? Remove all and then iterate over to rebuild. With just an append. I think that might be the best way of going about it. Okay, so we had, let's open up our dbus code again. Just so, because I'm exceedingly lazy, we could copy this and change this to dirs. So first thing we need to do is clear out the items to show dot remove all items, and then we are going to do this dot items to show dot append, and then we are going to do the dir itself. And then what we're going to do is call on the this dot folder items dot invalidate filter. Then we could, in theory, hide all this. I'm going to add this here, though. Okay. So in theory, that will dynamically show and hide them. Assuming, of course, it even compiles. Item does not exist. I think it's menu item. Right. Menu item, get data. Missing one argument. Remove all. Based on the pointer. What? That's not, no, I want to literally just empty out the entire list. Yeah. I guess I could assign it to a new list. That might do it. That feels kind of dirty though. And I feel like that's gonna, I don't know. Who the hell knows with Vala whether or not they're gonna properly understand that and make sure that we deallocate the prior list before the assignment of the new one. One would hope, but that's all I have is hope. Okay, so we need to do where was it? Down here. Handle. So instead of remove all, let's do new list is equal to new list of type user directory. Oh, are we even constructing it to be? Oh, wait, we are constructing it from the keys, I think. XDG DIRs does not exist because it's DIRs. All right, let's see. All right, so we have a budgie menu. Have it with desktop, document, blah, blah. We delete desktop. Change is triggered. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is like an uneven, uneven thing here. I can't say I care, but I think I could do this. Set homogeneous is false. Let me do a Control Z on here. Ninja. All right. Okay. So it should resize when I delete this. Nice. Okay. And if I click here, yeah. So we are going to need to set the transition position to be dynamic. So this is fine being here. What we're going to want to do is go to set vis, and we're going to do this dot stack dot set transition type vis equals power. No, we'll do viz is XDG. Otherwise, we'll do a slide from the right. We also need to do that for the position. I think. Maybe? Oh, it's the H line, yeah. This dot stack dot. Oh, it's not stack even, it's the entire thing. The entire object. Which is the revealer. So it's probably just this. H align is equal to, if it's XDG, and it'll be but gdk.h, or is it just H align? H align. It's align. Okay. Align dot start. Otherwise, it's align dot end. Okay. Have you seen the bun runtime? I have, yeah. I haven't messed with it yet, but I have seen it. That was by the... Wasn't that by the same people that wrote Dino or Deno? Apparently it's quite a bit faster than just normal NPM, but I think it's different. Oh, it's bun.sh. Yeah. Yeah, so it implements Node API, native modules. Oh, right. It's a different runtime. Similar to Node or Dino. Okay. Yeah, oh, that's right. I forgot the interesting thing about this, hello, is it uses JavaScript core, which is actually instead of V8, which is the engine that's the JavaScript engine that's used in WebKit. Right, it's written right, it's written in Zig. I forgot that was its sort of selling point. Yeah. It does not exist in the context of. Yeah. I don't know if I'll use it, but it's cool that it exists. All right, let's see if this now is okay. So that is from the left now, and that's from the right. Beautiful. Flawless. Okay. Now what we need to do is implement, let me see if there's a dbus function, because we have a signal for update XDGs. However, do we have some sort of function for getting it? Looking good. Do you use any laptops for Linux? Yes, actually. My work laptop runs Linux, and my personal laptop runs Linux. I only use Linux. Like, that's the only operating system I use. I don't have Windows installed anymore either. So. What was I gonna do? Space it out. Oh, right. Dbus, like, getter function thingamajig. Assuming that's even a thing. It should be. Yeah. So we could have a... Yeah, we can. Let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to have a dbus. I'm looking forward to M1 MacBooks or Linux laptop. Yeah, isn't it like a Sahi? Yeah, Sahi Linux that's all focused on like running on M1 architecture. I don't know, like I'm interested in running on a good ARM-based Linux laptop that would be competitive. Like, that's the thing, right? It would have to be competitive for one. We're just not there yet in the ecosystem. I personally don't want to like invest in a MacBook though, because you're already investing in pretty locked down hardware. If there was like a Lenovo ThinkPad that you could get with like a super high end like ARM Cortex CPU, then I would be on board 100%. Alternatively, we could just have more power efficient x86-64 CPUs. Easier said than done, obviously. But all right, so we need a function for getting. I don't know. Have I ever implemented a getter for it though? Dbus Vala getter. Let's see. Is there something here for it? Dbus. Oh, yeah, we could just have an exported, like an exported array. If you register the object, you have run here. That's the thing, they soldered all their hardware with Macs, yeah. Though, to be fair, like, I'm not likely to be opening up my work laptop. Well, definitely not my work laptop, let alone not my personal laptop, let alone my work laptop. So whether it's soldered in is kind of irrelevant to me. What I'd actually, but now that you mention it, it would be amazing to have like a framework laptop with an ARM CPU. I would take that in a heartbeat. I'm not open to buying it at the moment because they don't ship with Nordic keyboard support, keyboard layout support. But if they were, I'd be singing a different tune. Alright, so what I can do is change this to public. Right? Okay, why do I have 2 though? Oh, I think one I'm updating. Yeah, DIRS. So DIRS needs to be public. Public. There. And then I need to get it immediately. Which is... we do setup. All right. And then we do XDG tracker. How do we do the thing? Register own. Is it a method call? Your dbus client example. Those are all signals though. Oh, maybe I can actually just do dot .dirs. Guess we'll find out. Worst case is it doesn't compile, right? Like, who gives a shit? This dot handle. Yeah, so it didn't compile. Whoop-de-doo. Does not exist in the context of, yeah, the remote. Oh, right, the remote. Public. It's going to be user directory. DIRS. Don't know if that's going to be the thing either. It might just end up being a method that returns or something. Is the way I would maybe do it. Interfaces may not have instance fields. Soldering makes maintenance repair kind of impossible, though. I do agree, yeah. And from what I gathered, it's done in the pursuit of making laptops thinner. Yep. Which I don't feel is a really good trade-off. I completely agree with everything you just said. I would much prefer a thicker laptop where stuff wasn't soldered on, where I could just like rip it out and expand things, you know? So it's public abstract. Public abstract string. Throws. Try this. Ugh, okay. Fine. We'll have a function that I guess is dbus visible or something. Dbus visible is true. Public void. No, public abstract, maybe string, public abstract user directory. Like get DIRS. Throws. I mean, it's not going to throw a dbus error, or even an error for that matter. It's not standard out, is it? Just do return. It's not yours. I don't even think we need this. I have no idea if this is gonna work. This dot items to show is equal to this dot XDG tracker dot getters. Maybe. Something like that. So that'll update items to show, and then we need to invalidate our sort, or invalidate our filter. Yeah, I would take a much thicker laptop if I had a proper all-day battery life. What do you mean? Public. What if it's not abstract then? Hmm? Why are you complaining about abstracting all the things? Oh, Christ's sake. Ebenezer, do you know? Are recommended to throw at least glib. God. You know what? Fine. Throws glib.error. It's literally never gonna throw glib error. Been a while. Thank you. If you are able to find out, that would be amazing. Non-abstract, non-extern must have bodies. On what? Dbus interfaces. Throws glib dot. It's just error. Throws error. So it's public abstract. So this is public abstract variant get. So public abstract, maybe. Must not be declared in non-abstract classes. Doesn't have any interface being used as a proxy. So we have our interface. So the interface itself needs to be abstract. Is that what you're saying? So this isn't. The screensaver remote. This isn't either. Or do you mean here? Does it need to be like public abstract class? Is that what you're saying? Like on this line 17. Let's take a look at their server example. Okay. The members of the interface. We do ping. So this returns the counter. So this is a public int ping with sender, which returns the counter. They spelled acquired wrong. This will never compile. And the client would be public abstract. Okay. So this doesn't need to be. But this needs to be abstract, like you said. Getters. Okay. This dot items assignment. So it's wanting to. Oh, okay. Yeah. We need to convert this to a list. But hey, progress. So that's why we were calling this function. Doesn't throw an error, so I'm not going to give a crap about that. Not yet, anyways. Okay. Now, before I relaunch this, okay, we don't have desktop, which is good. We don't have a desktop folder. So if I do a reload, it shouldn't show desktop. Unable to connect. Right. I need to restart the daemon. Okay. And then restart the panel. Okay. No desktop. Good. Now, if I re-add desktop, change is triggered, reopen it, it's back. I can click on it, opens this up, all good. Okay. So that does not work. Which I believe means my work here is done. Finally. My god, when did you let's have a quick session of shit on Josh real quick, shall we? Because oh my god, is this not acceptable for it to have taken me this long. Alright, so Eben Yeager opened this up in April. April. Not May, not June, not this month. April. I reviewed it very quickly. April 13th. He got back to me. Like quite quickly. It was rebased. I mean, this rebase, like, all this has been done for a while. Right? Yeah. And the changes aren't, like, the stuff that I needed to do wasn't even complicated. I just didn't get around to it. But this is exactly why I like streaming. It's because it forces me to sit down and finish this stuff. And and if you've been here since the beginning, you know, like, it's not like there's been a lot of stuff that, like, I needed to get done. It was mostly complete. Yeah. So, I hope more people give me shit for that. Please do. Nobody's giving me shit for it. It's disappointing. In my defense, though, Eben Yeager did get paid. So at that point, he was like, hey, my work here is done. Not my problem anymore. Alright. So, but it's implemented. And I have, like, even a couple new buttons here as well, right? So you can open up Eben Yeager, since you weren't here. You can open up the Budgie desktop settings directly, and you can open up the system settings directly from the menu. Nothing fancy there, but it works. All right. Now, I don't know if it's going to work with, like, locale and all that kind of stuff, but paid for a bed for him, dude. Hey, nice. Cool. That's some real world, like, usefulness there. I don't know if we have any more warnings in this new code. But let's go ahead and open up the old Git Kraken. And hopefully it doesn't open up some old code. It was going to, so I'm glad I hid that away. Let's open up the menu. Open up repository code. This. Hide these two repositories from work. And this. Okay. Yeah, oh, this is small. Can I zoom in here? Probably not. Let me open up the preferences and UI customization, editor. We'll do 24. No longer have to search the settings. I mean, you can't just like, yeah, you could just click the button down there. If that's your thing anyways. Okay. So we'll go through all this, but do bear in mind that I'm gonna want Sarabit and Eben Yeager to review this, to like ask for me to make changes if needed. You know, like I'm just as equal in terms of like a software developer as they are. I'm not immune to like code reviews, so I'm gonna want them to do this and test it as well. And plus I need people that might be able to test it under different locales to test it too. So, because it might work, we'll find out. So we have an overlay instead of power menu. And then our overlay menus, which is just the overlay menu itself. So instead of middle, it's now this dot overlay, so moving it out. And then instead of power menu, it's both the XDG menu and the power menu. And the reason for that is unparenting or unchild, I'm not sure which one it is. Basically the menu itself from the overlay and adding a new one, like whenever you would click on the buttons, GDK freaks out about that to the point like it has like critical seg faults. So it's better just to have a stack that switches between the views, in my opinion. So that's been like done. Just like general boring stuff like adding the buttons, right? Yeah, GDK is interesting. It's special. I removed the smiley. Added things to open up the desktop refs. I added some helpers for creating icon buttons, which I don't know. Actually, did I? Yeah, okay. I did end up using this, I think, for our buttons here. Yeah, so we're now using a function. Instead of like creating all of them with this new GDK button from icon name, setting relief, and so on, we're just using this create icon button. And then what we are doing is, let's see, open desktop entry is just a helper for opening the desktop entries. And then, renaming these again. So I'm going to stage that. Our dbus interface here, we already know about. Add that. Menu item. Yeah. Fix this so that way the label text would actually occur within set label, because otherwise, when you're doing the initial setting of a label and then changing it, the private label text wouldn't be defined, and it would basically return a null pointer and freak out when you're trying to get the label, because this label text was never defined when you were doing the initial set label during the construction. So I fixed that. This is boring, just renaming that. This is the new file, which is technically a move. I don't think there's anything special here. Let's just double check though. And I expect this to be reviewed anyways. Yeah. And it's mostly the same code. Budgie daemon, added a comment here for Budgie background services. Manager now has the XDG tracker, and also our notification server didn't have the same mechanism as our other dbus bits, so it was not possible to replace our notification server if you ever need to replace the Budgie daemon. So I fixed that. As we could see here, I more or less copied the code, so we allow a replacement of the session now. So we are now able to basically re-own the name of org free desktop notifications. So you're able to effectively restart the notification server. Whereas before, it wasn't possible, yeah. Because we would own it during the construction, and then it would never get released. So it's fixed now though. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Like, the only reason why people would be restarting their daemon is if their name was Joshua and they are working on daemon functionality. It affects nobody else. This stuff doesn't crash. And then we have our dbus bits for this. So basically, nothing fancy. We have our list of predefined directories here. And then what we do is we have a file monitor that looks at your home directory, and whenever your home directory changes, we rescan. And then what we do is we only emit if the path has changed. So basically, if our update XDGs is different, so if our length is different, which means you added or removed an item, if the directories has not been set yet, so if it's null or it has no length, we update it to the new ones. And then if your path changed, so if you change the path of your music directory as an example, it'll then trigger update XCGs here. This, however, is very unlikely to happen because when you change it, glib won't actually update. So we'll see if there's ever a scenario where that ends up actually working, but I wanted to add it there just in case. And plus, we're not going to be in the glib world forever. So when we go to port this code over to say Rust as an example with the new daemon, and we're using like native APIs for that, then it'll be nice to have this functionality in so we keep that user story in mind. Can't believe I just said user story. Whatever. Anyways. Finally added the XDG directory menu support. Okay. I don't know if I rebased though. Okay. It's been pushed. So if I open up the PR, I'm being affected. I know it's awful. Sarabit and Ebenjager, could you please review these changes and be pedantic about my implementation? Thanks. Make sure that you guys are added as reviewers. Reviewers, Sarabit and Eben. All right, you actually were the one that committed it, so you can't be a reviewer on your own thing. Okay, finally it's done. Oh, I'm sorry that took forever, Eben Yeager. Okay, let's. I'm gonna take a screenshot of it though. Take a screenshot of my screen. Sure. Let's add a delay. Okay. Let's go ahead and copy. Open up GIMP. Okay. Oh my god. No, I don't want to do a gecko operation. I want to do a selection. Oh, I don't. This is very Josh problem, isn't it? Or something I would only care about. Hide all the things. Cancel. Screen. Okay. All right, and also Eben Yeager, because we do the whole like thing where we're actually asking for permission when work is being referenced for other people. Do I have your permission to put out a tweet mentioning that this is going to be in 10.7? Because as far as I know, like I've been dogfooding it for a while. It's been great. You've probably been dogfooding it since April and loving every moment of it. Okay. I just want to make sure. But I think it's safe to say that we could commit to it being in 10.7, but I just want to make sure. So. Oh, you know what I should do? She'll put up in Skype. Many time with I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. I've been avoiding doing dev work on Budgie because not using the new menu is legit painful for me now that I've used it. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. That's my fault. All right, let's do it this way. We're gonna do a box that is 3840 by 2560. I think that's what it is. Excuse me. Wait. No, don't be reasonable and say that's how life goes. How dare you? I refuse. It needs to be last selection. Wait, what? Also, oh, it has also a stroke width as well. Wait, what's the resolution then of it? $3840 by 20. Oh, it's 2160. God, monitors, man. All right. This isn't even like part of the actual thing. All right, so now I could do, let's copy this. I could do a object clip. Move that off to the side. Dump all this. GIMP, I don't need you, you suck. All right, a new one. Okay. Why use GIMP when I have Inkscape? Okay. Then I do this. This needs to be behind. Oh, oh no. It's like bleeding into the... No. Why? Why would you... Why would you ruin my boy? Why would you... Okay, let's do this. Object, clip, set. Okay, now we have these two. Did it disable snapping again? Why? Ever since the Inkscape update, where they have like the new, do you have to take a screenshot with the menu pop over staying open? I think so. Oh, how do you? Well, I used a screenshot. I take a full screen image, and I set a delay, and then you start it, and then you quickly do your thing, and then yeah. Oh. Do you hear that? Hold on. You could see it. It no work. Why it no work? And now it works. Now it doesn't work. Why it no work? I hide that. The screenshot thing is no, I don't think it's your fault. I think the screenshot thing is randomly taking input somehow and capturing it. What? Whatever. Okay. I'm just gonna pretend I didn't see that, okay? Nobody saw that. We're just gonna... Everything's fine. I didn't think to do that. It's so obvious. Yeah, it's... I have plenty of experience from ye old days taking OS screenshots with dedicated functionalities. Right, do this. Yeah, okay. I think that's a good cutoff for that. Let's paste it over here. And then we're gonna do a clip. And we're gonna do a clip here. Like so. Oh, I can't have it represent, you know, here. Might have to mask that. Nah, who cares? I'm gonna group this, and we're gonna do an export of not the page, the selection. We're gonna call it Budgie Menu. Let's see, .png. I just realized it just happens to be like almost perfect 1280 by whatever. All right. Let me go back to this. Now, if I go to... I know, the most boring thing, but... All right. New Budgie Menu. You will no longer need to use C. What? Let's see. If I open up Budgie Menu, you also exposed functionality for showing ability to dynamically show hide system setting entries. Free ability to open your XDG directories. Music. Documents. All right. Let's add some emojis. Ta-da. Maybe that's one too many. I don't want to. Ability to dynamically show. Yeah. Ability for more reliable indexing. Searching. This over here. Documents, Budgie Menu fanciness. The number exclamation, I assume, number one requested feature, settings entries in the menu. Yeah, actually, you know what? Yeah, actually, that's fair. People freaking out by that disappearing. How dare you? Like we murdered their pet or something. It was like, guys, it wasn't intentional, okay? Like, it was removed during the control center port, and it was creating a lot of noise. We're adding it back, don't worry. It's gonna be a different way of implementing it, where it's actually configurable. Dude, people were mad. I know. The things that, like, managed to piss people off. It's like, no, we're not removing features. It's just we're shifting it. Like, God forbid we have to hurry up to like release a new Budgie control center for 10.6.x or for 10.6. Yeah. Ignoring the fact that I personally was the one that patched them for years to show them, but nobody ever noticed because and the thing is, nobody else ever noticed it was gone, right? Because if you're using Ubuntu Budgie with Budgie Menu, chances were you weren't, but if you were, or you're using Arch or Endeavor or like Ultramarine Linux and so on, you never saw that anyways. That was never a feature. Yeah. Anyways, I just got a real chuckle out of that. So we're gonna tag you. And we're gonna tag me. That seems legit. Tweet. All right, and I could go over here, retweet it. You know, I actually tweet stuff and post on Mastodon and write blog posts. People should write blog posts. All right, so that has been now tweeted. I go over here and retweet it. Okay. All right. Very nice. So we got that done. Next up, let's take a look at this pull request for, where was it? ITL, yeah. Fixed and master, pinning, closing, then launching GNOME boxes in LibreOffice. So my issue was, okay, I at least have reproducible steps here. So we're gonna have to say goodbye to our beloved and replace it. We do a git pull. What? I'm guessing I already pulled this. Fixed and master. Oh, right. It was, well, let me check. So he fixed it in master, but was this rebased? That's the question. I'm gonna do a git pull tech rebase origin master. It's fine, I'm not committing this anyways. Okay, so now I know it's been rebased. All right. Git status, make sure. Yeah, we're gonna do, let's see. So this was change requested. Yeah, fixed site faulting. Okay, so that's in this. So now if I do a Ninja, the Ninja built. I do a Ninja install. We must say goodbye to our beloved Budgie Menu. All right, next up, we're gonna do a restart of Budgie Menu. All right, so the issue, so this was fixed 207, which was pinning LibreOffice disappears when opening a document. So let me just double check this. I think it was also with Spotify and stuff, right? Or was it 105? Might have been 105. Pinned LibreOffice icon in icon task list disappears when opening a document. So rather than always removing a button wrapper, ITL and scroll. Okay. For example, if LibreOffice Launcher is pinned and a document is opened within it, the LibreOffice Launcher button will cease to show as running and a new button will appear for the output. So this fixes this, right? So if we open up LibreOffice Writer, we pin it. Let's go ahead and close it. I'm going to even go so far as restarting Budgie panel. We are going to launch. That's fine. Pinned close app button remains as expected. Okay. See Impress. Lol. It created a button for Impress as I expected, as well as a secondary dialog. Yep. I closed the dialog, which removed the button. Yes. I proceeded to close Impress. Button disappears. I then relaunched Writer. Got the crash. No crash. And it's properly pinned. So, as far as I'm aware, this is fixed. I mean, something decided regarding this post. I restarted the Budgie daemon and something went wrong. Oh no. Yeah, sure. I've been following things regularly, but how are things going with the ditching GDK4? Well, I mean, if you read the latest blog post, I will go ahead and paste it. Oh, if I could navigate properly. Oh my god, what's going on? Oh, right. It's stuck on a different layer. Why is... Blog. The state of the Budgie for May 2022 here. You can scroll down to all this, right? So our goals for Budgie 10. And basically, you could see all the items that were required, that we feel are a requirement to finish before we fully move to Budgie 11. And in terms of, I mean, that doesn't mean that we won't start Budgie 11 until these items are done, just that our main focus wouldn't be until then. Right now, our focus is on Budgie 10 and making sure it's in a position that we're happy with, where we could at least put some focus into it. In terms of the items that we're first going to be working on, it's actually going to be the daemon stuff. It's not actually going to be the graphical items. And the daemon will actually be able to utilize, in theory, across both Budgie 10 and Budgie 11. And there's a few other items that we'll be able to do the same with. So there's going to be a situation where we're actually going to be using some Budgie 11 components with Budgie 10 simultaneously. So to answer your question, yes, we are still planning on ditching GDK. It's still going to be EFL. However, it's worth keeping in mind, and this is something I mentioned in the blog post for Budgie 11, is that because of the model that we have, which is putting a lot of the stuff in the daemon, the window manager, we consider those the data layers, right? And then the panel, Raven, buttons, menus, that sort of stuff. That's the presentation layer. So that would be the thing that's written in the toolkit. And then the data layer is what would be like written in Rust and C. So for those two things, basically, you could technically just replace the entire presentation layer. The idea is it would be like a platform, right? So you would have like the ability to write, say, a GDK4 based desktop if you really wanted to, on top of Budgie's data layer, if you wanted to. That's not going to be our focus, but the idea is we could, in theory, swap out one component to be like a Rust native, like different toolkit kind of thing. Or it could be EFL. Or it could even be Qt, like the sky's the limit sort of situation. But as we know with GDK4, the direction that they've gone, not happy with that. With GDK5, obviously there's going to be a situation where the idea is it would only support Wayland. In theory, I think that's a proposal. I don't care, and by the time GDK5 is going to be out, it's probably going to be irrelevant anyways for us. So, like, we're not really affected by that because we'll be supporting Wayland anyways. So, let's see. Thanks, I will definitely read. Yeah, it's a very long post. So, Ebenezer, welcome back. Is everything okay? Like, is Budgie Damon back to being normal? Okay, cool. So this should actually be fixed now. We can delete the branch or 107. I believe there were some issues with the theming here, so I'm not going to take a look at that yet. This isn't going to be accepted, at least in its current state. So, just because it's literally the opposite of what, like yeah, it removes capabilities for us. It forces us down a path where you either are or aren't using the internal theme, and then you aren't able to select them both simultaneously, and you're not able to choose a light theme but dark stuff, and it's just a bit of a mess. But yeah. Okay, so we reviewed that. Okay. As far as I'm aware, and we'll wait until the CI for this builds, that should be the last item for 10.6. But we can go ahead and look at the... Why was this added? No, don't add it to the 10.6 milestone unless you're planning on fixing it, please. I agree that something with theming should happen. I mean, now that I finally got this out of the way, I can actually focus on theming. So. And it is going to keep getting worse. I do agree. Yeah. Yeah, with the Budgie Menu stuff out of the way, yes, my item that I'm going to be working on is going to be the new theme. Yes. And that is going to tie into the work that we'll do with all the theming stuff around that. So yes, but I wasn't. The thing is, like, you and I both know the kind of people that'll like open up 5 different things. Like, they'll start working on 5 different things, but never get around to like finishing up all the other work, right? So I wanted to be like, okay, I'm not going to start anything new until I get the shit that I'm supposed to get done. So I resemble that remark as well, Eben Yeager, which is exactly why I'm trying to do my best to avoid that. Yeah, I think what we should do now is, like, you, Sarabit, and myself, we sync up on, like, is there items we need for a new 10.6 release? Like, is this power indicator spamming journal log? Does that need to be fixed? Maybe. But, like, is it worth investigating that, or should we put out a new release? Because there are quite a few bugs that have been squashed. There's also this one, I think, that might be worth having in 10.6 too. For desktop, Signal desktop. I don't know if that's on us or them. I guess that's worth taking a look at. I think I even have it installed. I don't have it installed here. I do it on my phone, though. I used to have it installed before I switched to Fedora. This is going to be old. If I filter by bug, only 2 bugs filed. Someone with Signal as a contact. Let me double check. You could also like reach out to me here. I'll send you a DM. Signal. Entry. Okay. So, we'll remind you tomorrow. Okay. Sure. I'll go ahead and I don't use it. I'd like to. I just don't have anybody like to use it with. So, because like the wife and I, we use Discord. Her and her family uses WhatsApp. Everything else is like through Element. I use it for SMS because no one else I know uses it either. Yeah. Let me I'll DM you my number. There you go. That way we could get working on that. Is that something you want to spearhead? Should I assign that to you, or was it just that like you weren't sure until? I guess until we know the scope of the work, and it could be that there's nothing we need to do. Okay, I just want to make sure. I'll assign that to you. I'm not gonna put a milestone on it, because I don't want to hold you to it. But if you take a look at the issue and you identify what the issue is, and you are confident that it's something that could be fixed, like before our next bug release or whatever it may be, you're welcome to add it to the milestone, whether that's 10.7 or 10.6.2. I don't really care which one. If you don't know, or it's an issue somewhere else, then you could also just not. So, yeah. Arrow key support. Oh, was this? Yeah. Yeah, this is fair. Does this not work? No, it doesn't. Yeah. I mean, technically, you could do this. So it's not that bad with shift. But I could see how it could be a little annoying. But you still have to hold down the Alt key and the other stuff in order for it to remain open. But okay, that's an enhancement. Wrap around, that's an enhancement as well. So when you reach the last desktop, it wraps around to the first. That shouldn't be too difficult. But I'll take a look at that off stream because it'll mess with my streaming, I think. Let's see. Is this answered, or is there something that needs to be done here? Oh, I see that person didn't file the bug for noise torch. Oh well. Well, I'd be lying if I said that I have like more to stream, because I don't really. Like I could technically work on the Budgie side at this point, but I don't really have anything to show for it. So I might actually stop streaming now, which is kind of a weird thing, with it only being 3 hours and 15 minutes in. But I don't want to like tag a new Budgie release until we all actually sit down and agree that it's time for like a 10.6 point release and we cherry pick stuff in and so on. So I'm not gonna like unilaterally decide that for the team. Like I'm always gonna be the person that tags the releases because I actually want to do like the final QA process and like that sort of thing. People are free to like tag everything else. But yeah, so this was back in April. It's time for a new release. So now that we actually have some bug fixes lined up since then. Yeah. So okay. I was just checking if there's a prompt on like my Signal, and apparently it was just like it notifying me that there's apparently people on my contact list, so that already use it. Well, what is this? Is this related to? Okay. Weird necro, but sure. And a random Lutrous thing. Okay, well. Let us go ahead and check out, because I'm still running the old daemon. Git check out, what was it? Rewrite Budgie Menu. Just so I could live with this branch again. Ah, nice. I already removed the user indicator from my panel as well. Actually, you know what? Come to think of it. Panel.ini. User indicator. User indicator. Remove it from the default. Okay, thanks, Git Kraken. I think that was the only thing I need to remove, right? Yeah. Remove user indicator from default. No. I know. And as a reminder, this won't affect Solus. So if you want to like make that change on your own, you're welcome to. It's up to you. Like when we roll out 10.7, of course. So that's a problem for another time. Let's see. Oh, and theoretically this works. Yes, theoretically. Can I? There. Okay. There you go, Evan. All right. that's gonna be it for today. Thank you for tuning in. Sorry it was a bit of a shorter stream. I just felt like I was gonna be working on this anyways. I had literally fired up VS Code and it was like, if I'm gonna be working on this, I may as well stream it. And so went out for lunch, came back, and you know the deal. So finally got the silver. We could get it merged in, and be one step closer to 10.7. Lol, wait, the notification isn't broken for me. Huh? Is it maybe? Are you using like a Flatpak or the native? Like, let me install. We'll do FlatHub. So native, okay. So Sarabit mentioned he was able to reproduce her, right? Or is that a different book? Verified out this on my desktop. All right. Well, go on. I don't have all day, Flatpak. What? Yeah, seriously. It was just sitting there at 100%. Okay. All right. Let me scan this on my phone. Settings. Link device. Link new device. Okay, let me link with phone. I'm gonna disable notification. Oh, actually notifications are enabled because I restarted the daemon. Yeah. Okay. Oh, takes a bit. It doesn't... What, is it not going to sync my active conversations? Like, it's empty, even though you literally messaged me. Oh, it doesn't know. So I didn't get a notification there. Do I have notifications enabled? That's the next thing. I have notifications enabled. Maybe it's because I have it selected. So if I... Can you send me another message? Where'd it go? Preferences. And yeah, notifications are enabled. Oh shit, do I still have those? In this dbus thing? Dbus. No? Okay. Let me just restart the daemon. Do notifications themselves still work? Web notification. Okay. It's straight up not sending me a notification. I don't have you on mute either. Like, I don't... I have it set to name, content, and actions. Let me open up notifications here. I mean, signal isn't even showing here. I go signal. Notifications are enabled here as well. If I do I have flat seal installed? Interesting. So why is this taking over input as well? Does this do it if I have this selected? No. What about files? Is it something to do with list boxes taking input? Well, whatever. It might have always done that. I just never noticed it. Do I have... Anyways, flat seal. Signal. Notifications are... I'm not seeing it. I mean, this is off. Portal data hasn't been set up yet. But I have notifications working elsewhere. I think? Yeah, hold on, let me make sure notifications are enabled in Element. Because what if this might just be like my settings being... Okay, notifications are enabled there. Can you message me on Element? As this becomes a remote support session for Josh. It works. I'm using the element and like can run in background, but that has nothing to do with this setting. All right. I'm done with you, element. Go to hell. But you said like the icon was working for you? So if I fire up Signal again. Oop. I wish I could hide that banner thing so I could actually have like the chat without it like doxing you. Oh well. It's a debug log. That's not helpful either. Oh well. Signal just be a dumb. The most important thing is we got our fancy menu all sorted. So I'm quite a fan. I have working Signal icon. I got it then. I did literally nothing and I got the. Yeah, well, so it shows your avatar. And if I go here, no, for me it's broken. So I think it has something to do with the flatpak. Maybe it's sending a different yeah. Let me think. Because it should be getting it from the desktop app info, yeah. Oh, that did actually remind me. App index needs to be fixed. App index. Where was it? This. So we build a path to user directories. We try to monitor it. However, we're not checking if it well, no, that shouldn't matter either, but it might. We're gonna go ahead and hide it. I'm gonna do this. I had to create desktop entries. Because watch, if I do oh, it's a warning here, but if I do as a daemon, no, it might have been panel actually. No, it worked then. Why did it? Before it was like actually giving me a proper segfault. No, actually, no. I'm misremembering. Ignore me. I think I might have been yelling at it about a different problem. Right, so let's go ahead and take a look at notification, source lib. Which it might be the dbus bits one up. Where the grouping is. So we get a new one. No notification added. Just triggered here. I'm gonna do a warning. App name. ID. So much for ending the stream. I like how I like did my third time people see ya and all right. Oh, is it UL or is it LU? I think one of those two. Can I remember? Budgie Demon. Yeah, okay. It should be replaced as well. Can you send me another message? App name signal. ID 1. Oh, I was expecting something to be a bit different than that. Right as I get an ad. Lol. Lol, 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 lol. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you still have an ad. If you don't, if you could send me another message, that'd be great. If you have an ad, then you won't hear this, so it's pointless. Oh shit, did it not get installed? Sorry, I didn't install it. Excuse me. Sudo. Okay, can you send another one? I mean, it's safe to say chances are, like, if you see me restart the daemon, then probably worth sending me another message, but... Yeah. App icon is empty, so there's no app icon defined. And we only have the app name. Okay. But then the question is... If I do... Is it Control L? User... Share. Icons. And I go to... Signal. This might be why. I bet your app name... Well, I bet your app name isn't Signal. Or it's able to find the icon appropriately. Whereas this is like the dbus names. As well as Signal-desktop. Let's see, did we have a listed derpers for this? Or was that icon task list? I think it might have been icon task list. It's kind of annoying. We could have a derpers hash table. That would be the easiest way of fixing it, besides dealing with upstream. Okay, but it's not in this cache at the very least. So where else would it be saving it? Would it be like var lib, I think? Or it'd be, wow, /home joshua.var, I think. Right? .var app org data. No. Where does it save Flatpak icons? Uses its own, okay. We can do that. Application group. Oh, I guess in a way we have this. We'll do warning. Around line 60. Yeah, for C app icon. So C app icon. Okay. Nice. I can see you typing. I didn't get it that time, though. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so it's signal as lowercase, right. Okay. So it sounds like we have an upstream issue, really, with the Flatpak, I would say. Let's go flat hub signal. And have you send me one, sure. Yeah. Let me know when I could send. So meta info. Well, the ID is correct there. But I guess that doesn't necessarily mean that. Well, I guess if signal itself wasn't sending it correctly, then. Ready? Okay. Boop. Indeed. And this is just unwrapping the deb as well. Like, if you check here, it's not doing anything special. What is Solus doing? I know I could, let me just check. It's probably unwrapping as well. I think I had gotten tired of it being in a state where I had to deal with it. Oh, did I ever convert it? Package. Yeah, it's just using the deb. 5.49. 5.49. I actually did debug and not message. Oh, okay. There you go. So like the packages shouldn't be any different, but it might be because of the meta info. They're doing something different with that. But it's not being defined as signal anymore. It's being defined as org signal signal. But what it's receiving isn't that. But oh no, I was about to say, is it No, it's definitely Signal Desktop. Desktop as icon Signal Desktop. Let me check what mine is. If I can. Question is, where would it be saved on Flatpak? Where does Flatpak install desktop else? App share applications. All right, now the question is, which Tmux pane is bar app org signal. Mine also shows signal lowercase. It might be an issue with, well, it might work under Solus. Where are the beta? Why does this have to be so infuriating to use? glib? It's not glib settings. Well, at the very least, we can see what they're doing. Oh my god, it'd just be faster for me to install, to download the deb. We do that. Clean that up. Did I ask you to... What? I didn't ask you to try to install the deb. And now it won't freaking open up. Oh my god. Let's do it this way. This right here. Do not open in software run. I just want you to extract. Can I just open this with the file archiver? Archive. No? I know you could just extract it. I believe in you. Alright, I'm gonna rename the file to .tar. Extract here. Unbelievable. Like, I know it's just like a tarball. Just extract it. Extract data. Debugging is fun for people watching it. Definitely not looking at my viewers. Application, Signal Desktop, open with gedit. So they even indicate icon Signal Desktop. So where is it? Where is it getting signal from? I blame Elon. Always blame Elon. Alright. Notification added. So that's when a notification comes in. So we dispatch. It's literally this. We're not doing anything fine or fancy with it. Desktop entry. We replace. So if this notification has a desktop entry in the hints, set the app name to get it. So we do desktop entry from hints, get the string, Where's this from though? Let's go ahead and iterate over hints.forEach. I believe they do something weird where it's val and then key. But of course it's a variant, of course. The most fun glib type. Get string. Will never be null. Whatever. So if it, can we check if it's a string? Probably not. You can check format string. Oh, it's not it either. Well, YOLO. Warning. Hint is blah. Val is this video key. And then it's going to be val.getString. Having a great time. Yeah. I mean, it's an interesting problem, right? But what's my corner? GetString does not exist as string. But hint is to variant. Cannot convert. Oh, am I doing this wrong? Hold on. Hash table for each. Is key val instead of val key. Key. No. I looked in the wrong file. Okay. Take a look at that in a second. Can you see me on the message? So we could see at least what all the hints are. Hopefully, if it doesn't explode. Image data, val is null. Urgency is null. Desktop entry is signal. Right. Name is signal. So, like, you could see I had a correct Vivaldi one. The signal isn't sending an actual app icon here. But it's in the Flatpak. At the very least. No image data. $249. Do you mean like 249 of notification group? Just copy this. Yeah, there's no 249 there. Might be right here. Notifications view. Notifications view. 249. Right. So it wouldn't be this. We'd have, all right, let's check. Warning. App ID. App underscore ID. All right. So if we should store it, which we should, we already know that. I'm gonna do warning. App icon. app icon. All right, so we lowercase it. We'll do app icon 1. Then we'll do app icon 2. This is going to be a Raven. We need to restart. So let's do that. Okay. Let's see. It's because of the lowercase? But that wouldn't explain why it's working for you, not for me. So we do app info. Okay. Let's see if we are even getting any app info. Because if I'm not getting any app info, then what that means, it's not changing the icon to Signal-desktop. No. It's failing to get the app info. Because if we have the app info, then we're able to get the key, which is the icon, which would be different. I think, right? Because yours should be then Signal desktop. At least according to the desktop file. Signal-desktop, which would then have an icon. Okay, so where are we getting? So notification. Oh, this is on closed. That's why it was taking so long. So when we create a new notification, let's see, on notification closed. So this is on dot notification closed. Oh, right, we get it based on the ID. Okay. Notification added. We create a new one with a new Budgie notification. Which is defined here, I think, as notification widget. No, I want it to be camel cased. Thank you. This file is too large. Probably should be split up. Where is it? It's not here. Is it a class? It's notifications placeholder. Oh, source lib. Okay. So we pass in all this. We do a construct. Get all the hints. Desktop entry was never defined, which means we're then not getting the desktop app info. So I wonder, if we do this. Instead of app ID, we fail to get it during the construction. We try app name. Because it doesn't look like we are defining it anywhere else. I'm going to restart both the daemon and the panel. Okay. That hasn't changed, and it's still broken. Okay. Smiley date, yeah, should be here. It's failing to get the app info because because it's not being passed in a desktop entry as a notification hint. We don't know what it belongs to. Because are you at least getting the desktop entry hint? Like if you want to add like debugging for yourself on in-source lib notification.vala on like this, well, even you can see on the stream like what lines I applied it to. Just to see if you're getting an app info. Because if you are, then it's not really it's not our problem, I don't think. At least I don't know the obvious workaround. We had some logging, yeah. Because there wasn't any other hints that were provided to us from the Flatpak. Yeah, just let me know when I could ping you. Signal desktop. Let's check their issue tracker though. It doesn't follow system theme. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. Flatpak Signal GNOME desktop icon. Oh, it's var. So it's in var lib Flatpak exports. Blah 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 blah. In theory. So here, the icon that... Wait, is this an issue maybe with desktop info? No, because it should actually be checking for the correct thing. Like this is just, there's so much wrong with it. Like there's no way getting around. It's just all. Like it should at least be passing its app ID correctly, or its app name. No, even that, it's just, I don't know. Guess we'll wait to hear from you, see if it is providing a correct hint. Should be ready. Okay. There you go. I sent a boop your way. Fails to get app info for you as well. Yeah. And your icon's the same. Are you using Papyrus as your icon theme? Probably, if I had to guess. Because why wouldn't you? User share icons, clear. Fluent icons. Does Fluent icons have something with the name Signal? And only that? Yeah. Because if this is an issue where we could just maybe ask the Papyrus devs to just add a sim link for Signal, that would be like the easiest way. Otherwise, I could add some form of a derper, you know, a derper thing. So it forces the org signal. It just has signal-desktop.svg. But did you get a hint with like a notification hint thing where it specified the app icon? Or was it the same as mine with Signal? This could be, I just realized this could be quite boring for those that are watching on the VOD. Because it's just going to be me interacting with somebody in the ether. Yeah. Maybe we should, like, debug this off stream. Sorry for those that watched up to this point. I just realized how awkward this part of the stream would be for those watching the VOD and not able to see Twitch chat dynamically. Sorry. So the TLDR, if you have somehow watched up to this point, is signal be bork, signal be weird, and signal be derpin, and inconsistent across two different machines. Ebony Egger says, I have image data hint, but that's it, I think. Well, is that being sent as signal or is it being sent as signal desktop? Because if it's signal desktop, it should be your signal avatar for the pop-up, right? Yeah. Well, we'll have to figure it out. But what wouldn't make any sense is like the Flatpak isn't really doing anything special because it's just unpacking the deb, just like what Souls is doing. So whatever. Anyway, thanks everybody for tuning in and sticking around. Those of you that did. And I'll stream whenever. I don't know. It could be tomorrow. It could be a month from now. Oh, hey, Lumi. I wasn't expecting you to be watching. Hi. Yeah. Yeah. Very strange things going on here. Yeah. I think so the next couple streams that I want to do is, one, I want to mess around with Keystone JS and work on my new website. That's one of them. The next thing is the Budgie desktop website. And then a third thing is the new theming for Budgie. So which of those it'll end up being is anybody's guess. As the next one, it might be my personal site and then the Budgie website. Because at least with the Budgie website, I kind of want to get it ruled out without DocuSource, without the documentation center, just so it's not like sitting there waiting forever until I eventually get around to that. And then we could roll it out with the documentation center. Well, we could rule out the documentation center later. So, and plus, I need to see how it's going to work with all the infrastructure, because I need to get like the GitHub CI working, and then it building the image, then putting that image on DigitalOcean's container service, and then having like the Kubernetes cluster do its fancy stuff and redeploy with the new image and that sort of thing. So yeah, we'll figure it out from there. But until next time, see you later, everybody. Have a good one.